Hey, everybody. Hope you had a good day yesterday with all the stuff that we did. And at the end of the day, we started playing with the angels in segment three. And I thought we'd kind of pick that up and still play with that just because angels feel so good and it provides like a deeper level of healing that's very fast and effective. So sometimes it heals things we didn't even know that there was something wrong in a particular area, and all of a sudden you're like, God, I feel so much better, and whatever way. And so, as we keep refining the work with angels, we can use it to actually heal different kinds of conditions. But for right now, we're still doing this exploration of like working with the angels. So you can use any angel. Yesterday we started off with applying. So if you have an angel in a roller ball, or you have a little bit that you can put on your hand from one of the little bottles, apply it to the base of your skull if you like. You don't have to, but get it up on the hairline and up in that area. And then after you've applied that to your neck, let's apply a body tonic if you have it. And if you don't, just take like a drop or two and rub it on the solar plexus area. But try to hit that area with some sort of angel body tonic if you have it.
For those of you who just joined us, we're doing the application for the angel there, whichever angel you choose.
And then after you do the body tonic on the body or apply a couple of drops to the solar plexus, apply ointment to the feet. And again, it could be a different angel. It doesn't have to be all the same. And if you don't have an ointment, just take like a drop or two again out of one of your little bottles and rub it on the bottom of your feet. A good way to start the day, huh? Okay. Now, if you have some sort of spray, spray down the front side of you. And if not, that's okay. This just kind of helps with integration and keeps the energy moving. Okay. So we applied it to the base of the skull. We applied it to the torso. We applied it to the feet. We did a little spray down. So this will deepen the effect that we're about to do. So pull out some angel that you want to work with. In the kit for purchase, we used Mona Kael. And the very first thing we're going to do before we even start doing anything with the inhalation, before we get started, we're just going to do a little bit of body listening. So just be aware of your body. Check in with your body. Where do you feel something in your body? Where do you feel tension? Where do you feel heaviness? Where do you feel agitation? The more we practice body listening, the more that body listening becomes more activated, the deeper the angelic energy goes, the deeper the effect. So this is always a good way to start doing any sort of angel work. So you're practicing body awareness. You're not even inhaling right now. You're just practicing body awareness. And wherever you find something in your body, you're just observing it. You're not trying to relax it. You're not trying to make it go away. If you really don't feel anything, put your awareness on your spine. But if you have something that jumps out at you, then put your attention there and just observe it for a moment. Okay, you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the angel oil, with your awareness on this area of your body. And then pause and be still. Now, the thing with the body listening is you're starting to address, we talk about how the body still perceives things happening from the past. So for a while, we've just talking about that idea. But just like how we look at situations cognitively with our mind, and we can see more than just trauma, or we can see more than just anxiety or fear, right? We see a lot of different things. Where a particular way with maybe a loved one, and then we go in the workplace and we might have a different kind of perception, and then you get around an authority figure or a doctor or something, and you have a different kind of reaction. The body can have different kinds of perceptions, you know, how it perceives chaos, how it perceives trauma, how it perceives, being around like a chaotic environment or being around authority or, you know, there's different kinds of perceptions that the body has. So part of what we're doing when we're doing the body awareness is we're unwinding some of these past experiences in the body so that our body just doesn't see everything through one particular lens. If we've experienced a lot of trauma, then we kind of tend to have this narrowed perception that is about trauma. Or if we have issues with authority figures, then we have this narrowed perception of like always kind of seeking out the authority figures and the issues that might arise from that, right? And so remember that dysregulation narrows our perception, right? It narrows our perception. And part of the perception that it narrows is not necessarily cognitive, it's actually more the body. The body is the one that remembers that state and remembers what happened and remembers, the trauma and is trying to avoid it on some level. Even the idea of pain, excuse me, even the idea of pain, the body kind of remembers those painful events, the traumatic, injury or whatever might have happened. And the body remembers it and then tries to predict it and prevent it, right? So your body's always trying to predict and prevent, right? And this sounds really good on some level, but a lot of times it causes more problems than the problem. And it depends on how the nervous system's been conditioned. So one of the beautiful things about working with angels is it undoes that. It bypasses that and it helps improve body listening, which shifts the perception of the body or shifts the body out of a neurological loop that it might be in, always looking for trauma, always seeking out trauma. Just like the mind, whatever the mind thinks repeatedly, right, it tends to physicalize. The same thing happens with the body. If the body is in a traumatic state, what happens sometimes is then it's attracted to things that will will be associated with trauma. You know, we seek out people that might be traumatizing to us. We don't do this on purpose. We don't do this with conscious thought, but it's what the body sees. So it's what the body is attracted to, right? And so, how do we break out of these patterns? How do we break out of these cycles? How do we break out of those things that have happened to us? Because really that's what's happened is we had a traumatic event, say when we were in high school or when we were in our 20s and we got into a car accident or, some boss got really weird with us and, screamed and yelled at us or whatever. And then from there, we keep reliving it in these different situations, in these different scenarios. And part of it is it got locked in the body. You know, the body wasn't able to shake it off, right? So when we go through and we're looking at the idea of these neural loops and we're looking at body listening, part of what we're doing is we're undoing the cage of what happened so long ago. We know that it's going to be a repetitive pattern. So how do we turn the pattern off? And this is one of the things that angels work really, really, really good for. You know, they increase the body listening. They increase your potential for ending the neural loops, and they help break us out of these repetitive patterns associated with our past traumas and our negative feelings. And say we were in situations that were chaotic, then we kind of go out and we see the world, that the world is just a chaotic place, and then we seek out chaos because that's the way we perceive it, right? So this idea of opening up our perception, it it shifts the body, and it's part of the reason why we try to cultivate some form of clairvoyance, is to go beyond the the body perceptions, to go beyond what just the body perceives, right? So we're going to go through and we're going to do a little bit deeper work on this. And we're just going to play with some things for a little bit. We're just going to do some little bit of experimenting, working with angels. The thing that's nice is no matter what, it just usually feels really, really good when we do the angel work, right? So, first, let's just get the angel energy coming in. So, your awareness is on your forehead. Whatever angel you're working, your awareness is on your forehead. And you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your forehead. Now your awareness is on the back head. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back head. Now the sides of your head, each side of your head. I think I had a dinosaur. Now your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on your brain. Hey, just let it go for a moment. Just let it go. Okay. Your awareness is on the high heart, the bottom of the throat, that little notch between the two collarbones. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now let that go and visualize yourself in a ball of light. This is more about generating an ability internally rather than just having the visualization in the moment. The more you practice this, the more you're stimulating certain processes within your physiology. So again, you're visualizing yourself in a ball of light. And then just pause and let go. Just pause and let go. Now we want to open up this line of communication between the body and the mind, right? So we're going to look at some things in our world, like an outside expression, a person, a situation, a past event. It does not have to be negative. It could just be things that are happening, but we're wanting our body and our mind to communicate, right? We're wanting to improve the body's perception. We want to open up that narrowed perceptive action to something much greater than just what's happened to us, right? So it could even be positive things, positive situations that we're opening up to being more positive, right? We're opening up to a deeper connection. We're opening up to a deeper expression, right? Expression outward of something that we've always wanted to do, but we have a hard time doing it, right? So just think of something. Think of something from the last week. It doesn't have to be incredibly good. It doesn't have to be incredibly bad. It could just be, eh, you're observing it. You're still observing it, and now you're inhaling the oil. And then just let it all go. Let the inhalation go. Let the body awareness go. You're letting everything go. Okay. So we've looked at some situation, but now we want to increase the communication between the body and the mind. So we're not visualizing anything. We're not thinking of the past. We're not thinking of external situations. Now we're just working it in the body. So your awareness is on the low back, the back side of the navel. Okay, let that area go. Move your awareness up to the ajna, the area between your eyebrows. Now, move your awareness to the base of your skull, right in the center at the base of the skull where that little indention is. If you want to poke around and feel it, your awareness is on the base of the skull. Your awareness is on your spine. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your spine. And then pause and let it go. Just let it all go. And that felt just let go. Okay. How about we're gonna do a little bit more, but let's maybe share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself or type it. I'm just laughing at the face that Samantha's making. Let's just say she's very relaxed. How did this treat you?
You can raise your hand, unmute yourself, type into the chat. Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey,
I liked it a lot. And I liked what you said leading into all this. And I could feel it in many areas of my body. So I'm very relaxed.
good, good, good.
And that's just it. I'm trying to really unhook some old
Yeah,
patterns.
totally.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and like you know, like you said, you have the skin issues that you're dealing with, and you know, you have different things going on in life, and just the things going on in society, and you know, it's almost like you know, I was trying to think of like different ways to say it, but like our body is a like a place that it's like the dwelling place for the soul, the dwelling place for the mind.
Mm.
And it's just like if you go into a place that's kind of scary or a place that's kind of chaotic, of course it affects how you think and feel, and you know, you go into a place that's quiet and peaceful and it's like, I can let my guard down, and you know, the body just kind of turns into the things that have been our past experiences. And some of our experiences aren't necessarily like this person did something to me, but maybe you were in a chaotic place for a while, like, you know, a chaotic workplace, or you lived in a bad neighborhood, or you lived, you know, something where you just always had to have your guard up, and, you know, that becomes that place that you go to when things get a little bit quiet and you begin to have experiences based on how the body's perceiving things. And even though your mind might be in a different place, the body, you know, if it's perceiving trauma or chaos or whatever, it still might not be our complete experience, but our experience is like tainted by that. You know, if
We
that
have to
makes
be very
sense.
brave in this world right now,
Yeah,
you
yeah,
know,
exactly.
because
Yeah,
we really, yeah, our body marked time and our mind at marked
right,
time, but we're
right,
really not those people anymore in a way.
right,
And
right.
the world is just not slowing down, you know, for us to analyze it too much. So thank
Mm.
God for you, Greg.
Oh, you're so
Okay.
sweet. Yeah, if anything, the pace of the world's picked up a bit.
Yeah. Yeah. You don't hardly have time to process.
Mm-mm.
It's like, what the heck just happened? Okay. Thank you so much.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Gayatri.
Hey.
Hi, Greg. Thank you for that. My experience feels very grounded.
Hmm.
I feel much more steadier than I was. But
Oh, good.
one of the things, when you asked us to poke around at the base of the skull, ouch,
Mhm.
my base of the skull was super painful. And then as we were focusing on the whole spine, I had this awareness, or I don't know how to call it, an awareness or a thought that entered, like perhaps there's something in my energy structure that feels leaky, is the best word I can think of it, because I seem to be absorbing uh, more than I'm letting go, maybe. That's a sense I had.
Hmm.
And then when you had us focus on the one event, many things happened last week, but as I focused on the one thing. I became aware on a much more subtler level how much I had absorbed from that event more than I was able to cognize, you know. So then
Hmm.
go became the challenge, you know. So
Hmm.
how do you enable the letting go process? You know what I mean?
I would again, the body listening definitely helps to facilitate
Yes.
that because the letting go, uh letting go is a vagal tone issue. You
Mm.
know, it's really hard to maintain vagal tone in today's world. It's something where it's got to be like, got to eat my vegetables, got to keep my vagal tone up. Like, it's almost like that now. And the more that we increase the vagal tone, the more that you'll release some of those things. Like that's the thing is I think it's just the nature of being alive these days where we're in a little bit of defense mode or safety mode or protective mode, whatever you want to call it, with everything going on in the world and the pace of the world. And maybe in 10 years or something we'll be very used to the pace, but like it's definitely picked up a notch. And that pace picking up is tied to action activity. It's tied to the parts of the nervous system that potentially get dysregulated. And so we just have to spend a little extra time on the rest and repair mode and the healing mode and the vagal tone and the listening and really listening is processing but also releasing. Like, I mean, that is a big piece of it, is being able to be in a weird situation and then go, I'm releasing that now. I mean, maybe in the old days when the pace wasn't very strong, we could do that. But like these days, it's like we almost have to build our muscles in that area to a much higher degree. And body listening is a good way to do that. Like soon as you start to do body listening, the size of the chakras increases, the spin of the chakras increases, and the body starts to, it's absorbing, but it's releasing. I mean, that's a big part of being in vagal tone is you're releasing, you're completing. Um, Neural loops that maybe we got stuck in repetition of some port. So we're releasing the the defensive energy, the protective energy. We're completing the loop, and then we're going into like a restorative phase. And so, um, working with the angels will definitely do it. Doing body listening will do it. Any sort of vagal tone work will do it. Um, yeah.
Is it possible that somewhere along your spine that there are vulnerable points or from the skull onwards? Because I just became acutely aware in this practice that perhaps there are stronger points and then there are some more vulnerable points. Is
Well, the spine, a lot of things go on, but like when we're doing the body listening, like how we just did, part of what you're doing is you're processing body emotion. And so there are going to be spots that are a little denser, a little heavier, depending on like the correlation of where it's at. Like if there's a lot more um uh, body emotion, say, coming from the digestive tract, then you're going to feel it in that part of the spine that would directly impact that area. Or if it's the diaphragm, you would feel it more in the diaphragm.
mm,
So it might even be different from situation to situation as we go through and we go, okay, I'm visiting things from last week. And, one, you might feel it in a couple spots in your upper back. And then the next situation, you might feel that in the lower back. And it's because, each situation, the body perceives it in a different way. And because of that perception, it generates a kind of emotion, that it's tied to fight flight, so it's tied to some sort of signaling what's going on that then we have to go through and process. And so yeah, it can be stuck in different spots, or there can be like a blockage or a heaviness in a spot, or like a greater level of activity in a particular spot.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yeah.
And go ahead, Dan.
Hey.
Hey, um, and it's kind of just with the dialogues, kind of people are sharing. Um, so having a feeling like, this thing that you mentioned last week. So I've noticed this also about myself too, that if I have a thought, it's associated with a feeling, like almost right off the bat, right? So is there and sometimes it doesn't feel so good, right? So I
Mhm.
don't know how to, it makes me uncomfortable. I'm not sure what it means because I'm always trying to find out a why associated with it. Is that like a vagal tone thing or a way to, what I'm getting at, I guess, is
Well,
a way to kind
anytime
of
you have
finish that
any,
kind
yeah,
of,
anytime you have a thought, it generates a
yeah.
feeling, and anytime you have a feeling, it generates a thought. Like the thoughts, sometimes like our mental or cognitive processes, sometimes will override the body. And, we kind of project like a mental perception onto the body. And so sometimes it's just maybe a response in generating emotion, or sometimes the mind is trying to generate a kind of emotion um, to manage something in the outside world. And so there can be that. Part of the feeling generating a thought is it's kind of tied to how we do body listening, where you're listening to the body, and the signal that's getting sent to the brain is like a body emotion. It's a lower emotion. And so, it eventually might come into a higher emotion, or might register up into the mind as a thought. And they're just responses. They're not necessarily cognition. Cognition would come like after you kind of process that, and the amygdala tags something, and there's this whole like process of
Right.
what happens. And so again, this comes back to the idea of the body perception. And we have our perceptions of the mind, but part of what starts to happen is as we start to listen to the body, and we start to calm everything down, and we break out of some of the patterns that have been going on causing us suffering over a period of time, and we start listening. you know, we kind of get to the point where we go, God, the body doesn't feel safe, or the body feels, like you were saying yesterday, felt guarded in a couple areas, or, maybe there was some wounding or something that happened, or, could just be that it's stuck in a survival loop. It could be any variation of that, but we realize how much input from that body perception is constantly feeding the emotion and constantly
Yeah.
feeding the
Yeah.
thoughts.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. That is really a big source of our suffering, is how much the body is feeding these impulses and these sensations to the emotions and to the mind, where we really, we get to be who we are, but then we have it through this like filter of ugh, and we keep trying to like make these things work. And so the more that we we do the body listening and kind of process that, part of what you're doing is you're shifting the perception of the body. You're shifting out of the perception. And we're going to go deeper into this over the next several weeks where we really start to unwind like how the body perceives so that it shifts our emotions and it shifts our thoughts and shifts how we feel about ourselves and how we feel about the world and how we interact with the world. And
Mhm.
yeah.
Right. Okay.
So, but even like this mechanism, this is a piece of it. Is we've been practicing body listening, but now it's like let's take it up a notch.
That,
So we've
yeah.
we've practiced body listening, but like once we've listened to the body, then what?
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
okay, are we going to
I know.
process
Right.
it? We're going to let it go? Are we going to get stuck in this loop? And just listening, you're already starting to release it and let it go. You just by listening, you're activating vagal tone. Like you're improving vagal tone and you're diminishing the survival, the urgency in the survival field and the dysregulation of that part of the nervous system. And so you're already starting to calm things down. But now it's like, you know, those army movies where you go, gotta not leave anybody behind. We need to not leave the body behind. The emotions and the mind mobilize really quick, but the body doesn't mobilize very quick. It's one of those things where you have to kind of keep unwinding the sensations in the body because I mean really the source of a lot of the loops is neurological. It's the body itself.
It
And
just gets stuck in the
yeah,
form kind
we
of
get
thing.
we get stuck. We get stuck in gravity. We get stuck in the repetition. We get stuck in the form. We get stuck in, the neurology. And um, if we were just trying to survive, it would kind of work for us. We might not be happy, but it would kind of work for us because, we got to run from the leopard and we got to, get away from the dinosaur and we got to, find water and, stay warm and, all those things. But we're a bit more sophisticated now and these things are kind of resolved for us. So now we're taking things to a deeper level and we don't have those survival um, needs like we used to. We still have survival needs, but it's very different than the way it used to be in just living out in the woods. And
Hmm.
now it's more brutal. Now you got to go to work. now, now you got
Yeah,
to
now
do
there's
all these
more.
things like, oh, much
Uh,
more brutal.
yeah, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So it's about refining the body. That's why like if you think about like a lot of spiritual practices, they spend a lot of time like focusing on the breath and doing things with breathing and the breath.
Mm.
And part of what you're doing is you're unwinding the body. You're refining the body. You're trying to put the body in a state. You could almost think, how we sit down and if we're going to meditate or pray, we have a little altar and we sit in front of the altar and it takes us to a place inside. It's like our body is the altar. And, depending on,
Depending on what's there. Yeah.
yeah, where you want to go, you try to put the body in that state. If you try to have some connection with a partner, for example, and you're super agitated, it's going to be hard to do that.
Yeah.
But if you're super relaxed, your partner is super relaxed, it's going to be very easy to connect. And it's because the place that you're in, the place that your body's in when you do that. And so, even when we look at the healing of patterns in our life or a psychological issue, how much of it is just really our neurology? How,
Mm,
if you
right.
really look at it, those conditions that so many years ago, when I was working with different groups, specifically psychological groups, um, and I was producing results that they normally wouldn't produce, and things that were not considered curable, we were getting cures. We were getting cures consistently. And, at one point we had this meeting and, they were like, what's the philosophy? I don't understand the philosophy. And I was like, the philosophy is the nervous system. Like it's neurology. That's what I'm doing. Is I'm just treating the nervous system. I'm not treating it like it's some defect in that person's personality or something. I'm just looking at it like there's some dysregulation in this person's nervous system that is causing them to behave that way. And it's how I was getting the results.
Wow. Well,
Yeah.
thanks for that perspective. Yeah,
Yeah.
thanks for the dialogue and the share. Yeah.
Yeah. Good.
Someone shared, very grateful for the class and practice. Thank you. Feeling blessed.
Oh, good.
Question, when we apply the angel oil to the base of the skull, do we just apply it to the center area only?
I would do the center area and a little bit off to each side. Like, just kind of hit the base of the skull, like so, in that little area there. Okay. So how about we still have a little bit of time. So how about
Oh, sorry, I missed a couple shares. My apologies, guys. So, that's I feel much more grounded too, and my energy feels stronger and more focused.
good.
Yeah, that was it. Thanks.
Okay. So let's do another round where we practice it before lunch. So again, you're working with your angel. Have the angel ready, but you're not inhaling it yet. And just again, we're trying to get used to stimulating this process. And stimulating means making it work better than it was before. It's not trying to stimulate something that's never been working. It's just we're trying to improve the function of the body listening. So we don't necessarily need to have to go to a bad thing or a super good thing. We just need to get used to like processing the things that have happened, right? And so just again, reflect on something from the previous week. It could be very neutral. And just observe it for a moment. You're not even inhaling the oil, you're just observing it. Okay, so you're still observing that event from this last week, and you're inhaling the oil. You're inhaling the angel oil at the same time. And then just let it go. Just let it go. Just let it incubate for a moment. Hey, your awareness is on your low back, the back side of your navel. Take nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your low back, the back side of your navel. Now, let that go for a moment. Just let that go. Even let that incubate. Your awareness is up between the eyebrows. And then just pause and let it go. So now you're at the base of your skull. You're inhaling with your awareness on the base of your skull. Then you're just pausing and letting go. Your awareness is on your spine. Your awareness is on your spine. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Mm. And then you're pausing and letting go. You're just being still. You're letting it incubate. So take whatever angel you're using and just take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're not directing it anywhere. You're just taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then just pause and let it go. You're in a phase now where your body is completing a loop or loops. So you're just giving the body a couple of moments to do what it does. Okay, let's take the angel, whatever angel you're using, let's hold it to the chest. We're going to do materialization breath. Inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale through the nose, up, exhale through the mouth. Down, inhale, up, exhale. 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 Again, you're just being still. Again, bottle to your chest, chin down. Inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Just pause and be still. Your awareness is on your arms, from your shoulder to your fingertips. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then let that go. Your awareness is on your legs, from your hips all the way down to the bottoms of your feet. And then just pause and be still. And just let it incubate for a moment. Think about how you feel. In this place, you're going beyond what your body normally perceives or the state that it's in. You're actually regenerating at this point. Past traumas, negative exposures, times where things were chaotic are all unwinding. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch. And when we come back from lunch, we're going to talk about easy ways to manage stress. And so let's go ahead and take a break for lunch. We're going to go over to the Sunday Secret Space. If you want to join us for a little 20-minute process that would continue with what you're doing here, kind of deepen your process. But if not, we'll come back at 1:30 Central Time, which is an hour and a half from now, and we'll hit the ground running. So, hey everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. So we're going to jump to segment 4, and this is all about stress, a very simplified approach to managing stress. And remember, a lot of times stress can be mechanical. It's not necessarily an emotional or mental um, reaction. I mean, it will eventually affect our emotions and our mind, but a lot of it comes from the body. So we want to go through and minimize these stress responses. And if you look at stress, it is the tendency to be displaced. And so if you think about how things are in a loop and then we're forced out of that loop, that is the displacement. And so we're really wanting to align with light or bring light in, bring in light here, being associated with the intuitive mind, which is problem solving, innovating, learning, growing, healing. And so in these situations, part of the stress response is being stuck in that repetitive mode. We want to be able to shift into this more intuitive part of the mind so that it actually diminishes our stress response. So first we're going to go through and do it, and then we're going to focus on particular areas where we have some stress. So you have choices of oils: clary sage, bergamot, Roman chamomile, whole wood, Spanish sage, clove, schizandra, vetiver, ginger, butterbur, lavender, lavandin, marjoram, spikenard, neroli, German chamomile, yarrow, melissa, poplar balsam, larch, ambret, palo santo, cypriol, or basil. And in the kit for purchase, we included butterbur. And I think we also was larch in it. I think larch was in it as well.
The Butterbird's the roller ball, and Larch is your full 5 ml.
So we're going to have plenty of time. You can, the kit purchase, you can play with both of them. So the very first thing you're going to do is we're going to do the materialization breath. So you're going to take the bottle, inhale it a little bit, hold it to your chest, chin down, inhale, hold your breath, head up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, inhale, up, exhale, down, up, down, up, down, and up. So we're wanting to do 8 or 9, thereabouts. So after that, you're just being still. As you're being still, let's again start being aware of the body. Where do you feel something in your body? This is especially important when we're dealing with the stress response. Check in with your body. Your awareness is on your body. Wherever you feel some tension or heaviness, and you're starting to take nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, we started talking about this before. You can let that go. We started talking about this before. So a lot of times when we're dealing with dysregulation or poor vagal tone, we look at situations and then we come back and we go, okay, how does this make us feel? How does our body do? What's the tension? Whatever's going on? Let's feel it in the body, right? So if you think about it, that is like an inner state or like a state of rest or stillness. You're not up in the middle of doing something. You're coming back and you're going, okay, how am I in rest and repair mode? I'm checking in with myself in rest and repair mode, in the healing mode. How am I doing? Right. So that is an important component of this. But another important component of dysregulation is this part of the nervous system is tied to action and activity. It's tied to going out there and surviving. And so what happens is we also have this dysregulated filter that's associated with survival that then when we try to go out and do things, we do it through this distorted sense of dysregulation. So this is tied to the stress response. We're fine when we're sitting there and relaxing. Eventually we get to that place where we're fine. But then it comes time to do something and like, we go to a stressed out place and then we come back and we go, okay, gotta find that neutral space again, which is fine. But we also want to resolve the dysregulation when it comes to expression outward, when it's tied to survival, when it's tied to action and activity outside in the world. We want to regulate the dysregulation when doing something, right? So we want to diminish the tendency to be like maybe micromanaging or like a little bit afraid or overcompensating or getting stuck in a loop as we express outward, right? There's the loops in here, but then there's also loops that come when we try to get something done, excuse me, or do something out in the outside world. So this idea of doing the materialization breath, you're bringing light to something. You're bringing light by going beyond the senses and bringing in the intuitive mind and then expressing it outward, right? So you're looking at these external situations and you're aligning the aspect of light, the intuitive mind with these areas. So by doing that, we're shifting the dysregulation that comes from the outward expression, if that makes sense. Think about it. Like when you start to do something, things might start to get a little wonky or a little hinky, things don't go so well. When you're sitting there by yourself, you're like, oh, I can find my place. But then when I go out and start doing things in the world, I go to weird places, right? That's still another form of dysregulation. There's the dysregulation of being able to sit and be still and to heal, but then there's the dysregulation associated with outward expression, right? We want to refine this aspect of dysregulation, right? We want to refine the senses. So it doesn't have to be super negative situations. It's about just refining these outward expressions, right? So I would say, look at your last week. Look at things that you did in the last week or that are maybe still ongoing. Doesn't have to be negative. It doesn't have to be difficult. It could be things that are actually even going well, right? But we want to refine our outward expression and diminish the dysregulation that happens during outward expression. So sit and observe some situation from the last week, last few days. Think about tasks that need to be done. You're observing them. Now let them go. Bottle to the chest, chin down. Let's do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. Down, inhale, hold your breath. Up, exhale. That would be 1. Down, inhale. Up, exhale. 2. So do 8 or 9 at your own pace. And then when you're done, you're just being still. You're being still for a moment. And then where do you feel it in the body? Wherever you feel it in the body, just observe it. And as you observe this area in your body, take some nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the oil. 1, 2, 3. It's actually a very good remedy for migraines.
Oh, that's right.
Migraines a lot of times are tied to a stress response. And then just let it go. Let the inhalation go and just be still for a moment. So the idea is you want to open up these pathways of action and expression, right? We want to open up how we express ourselves neurologically, right? So the idea of focusing on things that are even going well, it even enhances your ability to perform. It's like even with like accessing information for even like how we talk about these classes and things. It's not something that's just like something that's in my head. I still go through and I do practices where I amplify how much deeper I go to be able to access this, to be able to talk about it. And then I do practices like what we're doing here, then to be able to open up and express it. Sometimes the magic works. Sometimes I still need work in some of the areas. You know what I mean? Like it's not always like there are some areas where I can express really well, and then some areas where I'm like, I get a C plus maybe. Like I could use a little improvement in those areas. And so then I work those areas a little bit more. So this could be about anything, even something you do really well. It doesn't mean that we can't do it better, right? So again, it could be the same area or a different area, and it could just be normal everyday tasks. We want to open up the pathways. We want to make this neurological expression outward more refined, right? So we're just opening up pathways. Not really about resolving a particular area, just opening up pathways, right? So focus on some task that you have. You're observing it. You're still observing it. Okay, now let it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. You're doing 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Now, check in with your body. Where do you feel it in your body? If you don't feel anything in your body, your awareness is on your spine, but I'd really try to feel it in your body. Mm. Is it the movement? Maybe don't do as much. Like just kind of go like that. Mm. Mm. You're inhaling the oil with your awareness on the body. And just pause and let go. Let's focus on something you're good at, something you got down, something that you probably feel doesn't need refinement. You're observing this area that you do well. And then you're letting it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then you're going to pause and be still. Why don't you not do that? You're being aware of your body. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the oils. Okay, and then pause. Just be still for a moment. So, like when we look to the body and we have some sort of symptom, like we have a skin issue, or we have arthritis, or we have a bad back, or whatever it is, part of the contributing factor to this, why the body is not healing or regenerating that area, is there some form of dysregulation, right? There's dysregulation in the nervous system, and that area is stuck in a repetitive loop that is now a degenerative loop and is degenerating the body or compromising the body. Now, when we look to the outside world, what are the things that get in our way to even start to take action? Dysregulation. When we don't do something well, or we get a little triggered, or we get agitated when we do it, basically we don't perform. What is it? Dysregulation. What is it when we try to do something and maybe we're off mark and we haven't refined ourselves enough? Dysregulation. Like anything that we look at as far as outward expression, be it procrastination, be it that we don't take action, that we're always overwhelmed, that we don't do it well, we make a lot of mistakes, whatever it is, any of this is just different variations of some form of dysregulation. So by focusing on these different areas and then doing the materialization breath, you're diminishing the dysregulation through all these different pathways so that when it comes time to express, you don't really think about it. You just make things happen. You just start doing things. And because light's involved, which is the intuitive mind, even when we have a difficulty, we're in a better place cognitively. We're in a better place to then problem solve, innovate, overcome the problem, and keep moving forward. Right. So the idea is just start opening the pathways, even if it's something you already got going well. Right. And then you look at the tasks that you do, like just start crossing them off the list. Then when it comes time to problem solve, it's like you're having a cascading effect. The more that you get some of these other areas moving, when you come to a problem, you already have the momentum of all those other areas where those avenues have been opened up. So it becomes easier to overcome the difficulty or the problem, or to open up that channel of expression to make something happen, right? This is how we work through these blockages that we might have. Sometimes it's because we haven't felt safe for a very long time. Sometimes there's maybe been trauma. Sometimes culturally we might have been taught not to take action because of things in our family or things in our culture or things in society. Well, who knows, right? But all of those aren't us, right? We want to be able to express who we are, right? Not somebody else's version of who we are, right? So by going through and opening up these pathways, we begin to shift those outward expressions, those avenues to make things happen. So we're going to do a couple more, then we're going to talk about it, and then we're going to do a couple more. Okay. So again, I I would focus on tasks or things that you already have in motion, even if they're going well, or if they're just going so-so, you're having difficulties, doesn't matter. Things that you have that you're doing now. Observe it. And it could even be like healing, like, oh, I have this health issue that I'm trying to address or heal. Okay, now you're letting that go. Your bottle is to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Hmm. Just inhale and hold your breath. And when you're done, you're just being still. You're observing your body. I want to emphasize that even if you're doing something well or we feel that it's going smoothly, you're like, yeah, I got this one. At some point, we innovated our way to be able to do it well. But at some point, we start to phone it in a little bit. We're like, yeah, I've innovated. I've got to this place where it's doing well. And then we stop kind of trying, right? And we kind of gauge it maybe like other people don't have to do this, or I'm good against, you know, my other peers at work or whatever. But if we're constantly trying to refine ourselves, the only measuring stick is ourselves. right? And so there is going to be this period where we innovate, and then there's going to be this period where we kind of integrate, right? And in that integration, we do kind of ride our coattails a little bit. But at some point, we outgrow that, right? So even when we're doing something well, doesn't mean that we couldn't do it better, right? So we want to refine these areas. We want to open up these pathways so that expression just becomes like kind of easy. Like it's not having to go through this big filter of dysregulation, right? So the more that we just keep focusing on things that we're already doing, we're opening up pathways, right? And then we get to a difficulty, then it becomes easier to go through do the materialization breath to open up that pathway. So let's maybe have some questions and shares. We are going to practice more, but I do want to talk this out a little bit if you have questions or shares. So unmute yourself or type in.
Yeah, go ahead, Denise.
Hey, hey.
Thank you. What I was wanting to ask, should we ideally be thinking about like how we would really like things to go? Do you know what I mean? Like,
I would actually
or
like the thing that I would say is just put your attention on whatever it is without really going, this is the way I would like it to go. Because the thing is like when sometimes we'd like, I'd like it to go like this. Sometimes we're coming from that place like how I was just saying, like we are doing it well, but we're phoning it in, we're comfortable. We don't want to get displaced where, even if it's like healing, it might be that, yes, the body needs healing, but I might need to make changes to something. I might have to change a behavior. Have to, I might have to go to the doctor more. I might have to do something I don't necessarily like to get the result that I'm shooting for. And I think if we put too much of this is the way that I want it to be,
yeah.
we get stuck in the repetition. Like the repetition becomes the entanglement.
Mm,
And really, what we're trying to do is break free of those entanglements. They're still going to happen, but
yeah.
we're just not going to identify with them as much so that we can, express. And then there is going to be a contraction, and then express and a contraction. And what happens when we have dysregulation outward is we're in a contracted state and we can't break out of that. When we're trying to express externally, contraction becomes the stumbling block. And so by going, this is the way I would like it to be, you're kind of embracing the contraction and going, I want the contraction to stay the way that it is.
Mm,
Right? We're wanting to open up expression. It might be better than what you wanted. But if we get so stuck on this is the way I'd like it to be, then we get stuck on how we're going to express. I go back to the time where you know, I've told this story a bunch where I told my friend who was a car broker, I go, hey, I want this car, like, I didn't have a lot of money at the time, so I was like, I only want to spend like this amount of money, and I want a decent car, like a little Mazda or something, and he went, okay. And he came back to me and he goes, look, I took this car in trade. It's an old Mercedes. And it was pretty old, but it was a cool
mm,
car. And and he goes, I'm gonna give it to you for what I have into it. It totally in your price point. It's nicer than what you asked for, but I'm gonna make this happen for you. And I argued with him. I was like, no, I don't want that. I want this like cheaper car that, da 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 da. And he goes, it's the same money. And I was like, yeah, but I want the cheaper car. And he goes, it's the same price. And I was like, yeah, but I want the cheaper one. And he was like, what's your problem? Like I'm trying to give you like a nice car for the same money and you're fighting me tooth and nail. And when he said that, it's like I had to think about it. I was like, it's because what was in my head already.
mm.
I already had this idea in my head. And here instead of getting a car like this, he was trying to give me a car like this. And I was like, no, I don't want it. No, no, it's not this. And he goes, yeah, it's this. And I was like, no, I don't want it. I want this. And it sounds ridiculous, but I started thinking about it. I was like, how many times in my life have I done that? I started thinking about it quite a lot, you know?
And I guess our awareness of that, because I overthink things and then I think back, and then so I
Right.
stay in that loop where I don't really
Yeah.
complete,
So
yeah.
of course we want to try to like I want this resolved or I want this to be better or whatever, but like I want this to be resolved or better. Like,
Okay.
even if you just do that for a little while, I would like this to happen or better or, nicer or more comfortable or more healing or whatever it is, because we don't want to get so locked into something that, I mean, really, that is what dysregulation is we get locked into what we think is going to happen. And then when we try to express outward, we try to micromanage it rather than letting things play out and materialize.
The only thing I had, like, I realized when I was in England once, that I just could really only go from one place to the next. When I got to the other place, then I had to reevaluate everything. How do I get to my next stop, my next place?
Right.
Because I was really in kind of a land of unknown. I was by myself,
Sure.
and like the volcano had blown, and shut down some of the transportation. So I really realized, and so my mind just didn't go totally crazy. I just really had to go from one lily pad to the next,
Right.
look around at my options and stuff. So that's pretty much what I have to do here too, right?
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Well, you're going beyond the senses. So that's the thing about um, materialization and manifestation is you're trying to bring in something that wasn't happening. And so that's the trap of the intellect is we want to keep doing the same thing over, but we would love different results. And we have to catch ourselves doing that. And even if we can't catch ourselves doing that, by doing the materialization breath, you are going beyond the senses. You're tapping into the intuitive mind, and then you come back with like a slightly fresher set of eyes. And so that's why a lot of times when we hold a goal in the heart and do the materialization breath, it like morphs or it disappears, it changes, whatever it is because you've gone beyond the senses. You've gone beyond that repetitive aspect and you're seeing beyond just the repetition. And so when we're trying to express outward, that's part of what we're trying to do is break out of that repetition. It's still going to come back. It's still going to happen. It's not that we're totally setting aside repetition, but when we've done the same thing over and over again and we keep getting those same results, at some point we're like, got to do something different. But there's part of us that goes, but I want to keep doing this. I just want different results. And keep doing this is why we keep getting the same results. So we have to be able to go, okay, even if it's just for a minute, I'm gonna set that aside and just look outside and see what I can see. And then when you come back, you go, whoa, it's amazing out there. And then you look at this and you go, yeah, this could use some improvement. Like I need to look at things in a different way.
Thank you. Very good. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Hi. It might be similar to the last conversation.
Hmm.
So I was focusing on something that I want, uh, improvement in, and it's an activity,
Hmm.
um, and it's something that just needs to get done. And then it's almost like there's this interference coming in of of an old pattern with a person. Um, that I thought I had put to rest, and I'm not sure how to approach it. Do I just let it be?
So
And
that brings up a very good point. Is like when we go back and we look at some situation with a person, when we come back to the being still part, you might have resolved it. Like the coming in and being still and feeling it in the body and in a place of rest, like we don't get agitated, we don't get triggered. Like you could say that is like the vagal state. Like you're
okay,
trying to reestablish the vagal state. So here you're going to the action activity state where you're like, okay, but I still need to survive. I'm not going to get to sit at home and be
sure.
still and go home, for all these periods of time. I still have to go out there. And so
Yeah.
here you're dealing with a different dynamic.
Okay.
So it doesn't mean that that thing is not resolved on in some part of your nervous system, but now in the outward expression there still can be a manifestation of that particular area. So
Yeah.
you could do it a couple of different ways. You can
Okay.
just focus on the goal, right?
Yeah.
And you go, okay, I want to be the best at whatever, or I want to do better
Hmm.
in this particular thing. And you work on that. And then you go, but this thing keeps coming up about this person.
Yeah. Hmm.
You can keep pushing through on the issue, or you can go, okay, pattern with that person. Like
Okay.
that person, like it might be about that person, or that person is just a representative of a lifetime of jerks that have done the same exact thing. They
Or
wore
that
different
person may have
clothes.
been the
Yeah.
originator of the pattern that
Right.
manifested the lifetime of jerks. It's more
Right.
like that.
Okay.
So,
So focus on that person.
okay.
You can go back and forth, or you can just say, I'm gonna focus on that person for a while. And basically, what you're doing is you're going beyond the senses, you're bringing in the intuitive mind, you're innovating, you're learning, you're basically pulling yourself together and walking out of that situation so that it stops happening. You've done it in here, but now we're talking about doing it in the act of expression, which is
Okay.
a completely different part of the nervous system.
Okay, that's interesting because I thought inside I feel at peace, but now I'm like, all right, I need to go have a new work experience and that pattern move from the personal side to the work side, you know?
Right.
Um, okay, that's interesting. And we're still in segment 4 because I'm making notes, right?
Yes, still segment
Okay.
four. And I mean, if you think about it, like the first thing we have to do is we have to get okay internally. Like, we
Yep.
have to get to a place of stability. We have to be able to adapt to stress. We have to be able to adapt to all these things. We have to be able to
Hmm.
let go of trauma. We have to be able to feel like our body feels safe and secure and that we're not in lack or that we're
Yeah.
not in survival mode or whatever it is.
Mm.
And then from that place, when we start expressing outward, there is a different part of that nervous system. There's a different part of us that is now having to work through those things that have happened, but in action rather than in rest. And
Okay.
it's a different animal.
Yeah.
It's the more that you just do the materialization breath, because really that's what the materialization breath is about. It's
Hmm.
about it's about calming the emotions and focusing the emotions on producing a result, and then and calming the mind and focusing the mind to produce a result. And
Hmm.
whatever obstacle comes up is really a kind of dysregulation. It's some
Hmm.
pattern that we've had, it's something that happened, it's something where we get a little like shy about expression, we don't push through, we're a little
Hmm.
afraid. As much as I'd like to say I'm so tough, there's areas where as soon as it starts to happen, I go into a little bit of fear mode, or I go into a little
Hmm.
bit of protection mode or something. And there's no
Hmm.
external reason why that should be happening. It's my
Hmm.
past. It's 30 years ago or 40 years ago. And so it's like, what do? I got to make myself do this. Why can't I do this? And still nothing. And so
Hmm.
the more you just keep focusing on that,
pretty soon you're taking action and you're not even really thinking about it, because it's the intuitive mind. You just start making things happen.
Got it. So in this scenario, I would just focus on the person. I don't have to come in with any story. It's just that
No,
person.
better without the story.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, the story feels like it's gone. And I'm
Yeah.
like, I think there's an underlying fear
Yeah.
that that energy is still going to interfere because it
Yeah.
has really up until
Right.
just recently, because I've just reconciled inside. So,
Right.
um, and that's still, it's that uh, dysregulation of that unconscious fear that's popping up, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
It's
Well,
like,
it's
when
now
you're a little,
conscious.
when you're a little kid and you're like playing on the monkey bars and then you fell or whatever, at some point you just got to get back up on those monkey bars. You got to get up on the monkey bars and start playing
Yep.
again. And, maybe a couple of days goes
Yep.
by and you're like, but I fell and it hurt. And then, in a week or two, boom, you're back up on the monkey bars.
Yep.
You just got
Nope.
to get
No.
back up on the monkey bars.
No, that makes sense. And actually, this is really great to talk it out because it helps me kind of feel in. The story's gone, like
Yeah,
gone.
the story can be gone, and it's much easier to deal with when we've done what we've been doing.
Yep.
When you go in and, like you said, the story's gone, the neurology is balanced. I'm in a place, I'm healing. So when you then go to the outward expression, it becomes so much easier to process and deal with. When we're not good internally and we go out there, it's like you're leaving chaos to go to chaos. Like, I got to make that feel better. And then you come back and you go, but now I don't feel better in here. Like, you got to be kind of in a good, calm place. Like you said, the story is gone. Like, you don't feel
Yeah.
like there's a story. So now you can start tackling the outward expressions.
Got it. And I
Yeah.
just kind of got this visual, peace inside is probably a new experience. And now peace on the outside. And then a tornado kind of blows by. And I'm like,
Right.
okay, is it going to happen again? Like that's
Right.
the stuff that is still dysregulated that needs to just be processed out, kind of like,
Right.
okay, cool.
Yeah. I mean, it's like that saying that, like, one of the best ways to get over like past difficulties or past traumas is to have a little bit of success.
Hmm.
We go when we try to resolve it, release it, work through it, whatever. But, we keep trying, we keep doing this, we keep doing that. But as soon as you have success, you're like, oh, like I can feel good again. And then you look back and you go, all that time I was going through those difficulties and it sucked. But now I'm starting to have success. I'm starting to feel better. And
Hmm.
it's that ability to get into a situation and produce a result. At first, like almost any result feels like, oh, I can do it. I can totally do it. And then, you give yourself a few weeks and you go, but I can do it a little better. Right. And then you get a little better,
Hmm.
then you get a little better, and then you get a little better. And then pretty soon you're so far away from the stumbling blocks that used to hold you down.
Hmm. Hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds really great. And I just thought of another thing that maybe I'll focus on that I could get better is compassion for self. Because as you go through all of these situations, um, you're just surviving. You don't think of, wow, I actually did a
Yeah.
pretty good job getting through it.
Right.
And maybe I could be gentler. But
Right.
thank you.
If we don't have compassion for ourselves, usually nobody else does. So if we're going to get it from somewhere, we usually get it from ourselves,
Yeah.
you know. So
Yeah. Thank you.
you're so welcome.
Yeah, go ahead, Lavanya.
Hey, hey.
Hey Jack, so I was thinking about the things like there are so many things that I need to do, and
Mhm.
I end up being like, falling in bed. Like, anyway, so I was breathing through the and then there was like situation that I want to do, and then I could feel that there is a voice on the right side of my head keep saying, "You can't make me." And then I kept breathing, and then the oil I chose, I think Palo Santo.
Hmm.
And then there was a situation when I was probably 12, and there was a repeated, like a probably the whole summer or a period of time. I was given a lot of things to do and continuously criticized, continuously. And the uncle of mine was very huge in person too. So that,
Hmm.
um, and it was, I think I tried to please them a lot. And then one day I remember something, some reason, this is like a different situation. And then in a different scenario, and all our homes were, my grandma came over and we didn't wake up. And I could feel myself talking to her. And then kind of like, oh, some sort of self-pity. And then I was like maybe pretending to, or coping mechanism, I would say, oh, I can't get up or I'm not feeling well. I think I maybe learned to not feel well at that point because doing things was too risky as it was hurtful for some reason. So anyway, that was the situation
Hmm.
I narrowed down to, and I kept working on that, and I was breathing on the situation for a bit, and then I came back to my body, and then there was like some emotion and some level of self-sabotage and unworthiness I felt in my throat, mostly around the throat and shoulders, and some in the abdomen and knee areas too. So I was breathing, and then I was like, I'm a little bit calmer, but also like somewhat like stirred up lower emotions, you would say, sadness, anger, in these body parts. So moving
For
forward,
that,
yeah.
I would say more body listening. Like
Okay.
the thing is like anytime something like that arises, to kind of fall back on the observe the situation and then feel it in the body and
Mm,
go that route. Like feel it in the body, and part of like
yeah.
what you're describing is there's still like a neural loop that is stuck to those. And you want to, by listening to the body, you're completing that loop so that because to a certain extent, those situations still to the body still feel like they're happening.
Yeah.
And so when we go through and we complete those loops, then like as we go through and we start to try to do the outward expression, it becomes easier. But like if those things come up, go back to the body listening. Yeah. And the ball
So,
of light, how
yeah.
we focus on the ball of light, like I'm sitting on a
Yeah.
ball of light, super helpful for that.
Okay. So
Yeah.
now I remember that, like, suppose I have a lot of things to do. So I remember, like, I look at one thing to do, and then I notice my resistance to it, not wanting to do it. And then I breathe, I do the materialization breath, and
Hmm.
then I focus on body listening, pick a area, and
Hmm.
then continue to breathe, and then let it incubate.
Right. So the idea of like, so you do the materialization breath and then you're done and then you come back and you feel it in the body is also for what you're describing.
Mm,
Sometimes when we go through, we're going through this like veil of dysregulation, and sometimes we'll get clear and sometimes it'll be like it stirred something up from the past. And so
mm,
then have that follow up of, okay, I'm going to feel it in my body. I'm
mm,
going to listen to my body. If something comes up, like you're already in the process of resolving it rather than having to go back and do some other process. So, like, it either deepens the expression, or if something got stirred up, it helps you to process whatever got stirred up so that it starts to complete that loop.
okay. Okay. Um,
Keep
uh,
picking different things and keep working it. Make it like a daily practice. Like just,
okay.
15 minutes. You look at something, do materialization breath. Look at something, do materialization breath. And just keep repeating that process. Like it will keep chipping away at the dysregulation associated with expression.
And then we also have to do the body listening followed by materialization, right?
Yeah, you always want to follow it with especially in the what we're doing here. Yeah, you
Okay.
always want to kind of follow it with the body awareness so that if something arises, you work through it or it just deepens the expression.
Okay. Thank
Yeah.
you. That's
You're so
helpful.
welcome.
And I want to share another experience that I had after, or so I had the etheric course package, right? And then I think before our mystical vibration class, some reason I was tired, so I wanted to do something, and I used the pack, and uh, and then I slept. And then once I slept, usually at 3 p.m., like 4 p.m. when we have a mystic vibration, I do attend.
Hmm.
And then I think in my sleep, I was like in 7 minutes into it, I was like, oh, wake up class. And then I woke up, and then I was by the time I joined the class, I saw like we were doing Mikhail, like and then
Hmm.
I sat up in my bed and I was listening, and I had used the pack before going to sleep, like a 1 hour, 1 hour. And then all of a sudden, I was like, kept saying, I can't find my light. I can't find my light. Where is my light? I can't find my light. And I was going bonkers, like, where is my light? I can't find my light. I'm a bad person. I can't find my light. And then I was going on and on. And then, and through my sleepy eyes, I could see you on the phone doing the Gayatri mantra or the door jam. And then I think at one point you came, and I was looking at making sure you're still on the screen, but you came. And my 10-year-old self had the two fingers. You held my hand, and you walked me few steps. We were walking in pitch darkness. Usually I can see really good light in the meditation. So we walked a few steps to the forward, and then we took left. And then there was a whole area of a beautiful scene, like so many lotuses. And there was one with blue lotus, and then in the middle, like, oh, there you go, that's your seat. So, and then that was very nice to see. But what followed, like, I still have a meltdown and another story to follow. But I thought that was so beautiful
Oh
that
yeah.
I was like wondering, you were there, but yet you were with me. How was that possible? So then
Well,
I felt like your higher soul came to my rescue
yeah.
while you were doing the meditation, and that was so touching and so beautiful. I
Good.
just wanted to write to you, but I'm glad I got a chance to share, and it
Oh,
makes
thank you.
you dear. Thank you. And
Yeah,
the
thank
the
you.
light you bring down is just very heartwarming, and the healing is just happening tremendously.
Good.
And I am very, very grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for
Mm,
sharing.
yeah. And another question, small question, but today is I see 222, and I also see a lot of people saying, "Oh, there is a portal, 222 portal, 111 portal." What are those portals? Like, is that like
Oh, I don't.
what?
I don't know.
eh,
Yeah, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
not
okay.
my area of expertise. Yeah.
And we do talk about angelic portals, right? So I was
Hmm.
wondering if there is any difference or similarities in both. That's,
Yeah, the numerology, I don't know a whole lot about.
okay.
Yeah.
Nice. Thank you so much. Yeah.
You're so welcome.
When we're doing body listening, if our attention is like, oh, my neck, oh, now my hip, oh, now my foot, do we jump around, or is it maybe better to just kind of sit with one spot?
I would sit with one spot for a while. Like I'd go to the one that's jumping out the worst, or if there's three and they're all bad, then I'd pick one and then the next time around do another one. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I think those are the shares and questions. Thanks,
It's
guys.
kind of funny, but like when I go, okay, be aware of the body, I'm almost like, be aware of my list. Like, I'm gonna choose that one, because it's usually like a lot of times the same areas that I'm checking in with. So it's like, be aware of my list. And then, I work down my list and I go, oh, it's, this one today. So, okay. So we're going to still do a little bit more materialization breath. So again, something that you're doing like a normal task. It might be something that you already do well, or you'd like to improve, or you're just not even sure. You're observing it, and then let it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Go at your own pace. Do 8 or 9. You're inhaling up and then exhaling, roll them down. It feels counterproductive. Because you're wanting to bring and physicalize. Yeah, perfect. And then when you're done, be still. Your awareness is on the body. Where do you feel it in the body?
Mhm. You're observing the body as you inhale the oil. Okay, let's do this. We're talking about materialization in the field. There are mechanics about like piercing through the dysregulation of we can call this like the survival field, right? We're trying to penetrate through that. And so let's take a break and we're going to come back and even practice like a little bit of a deeper way to break through it so it doesn't have to be as hard or as heavy. So we'll come back at 10 after, and we'll do a little bit more work with this idea of stress and materialization. Hey, everybody. So we're going to do a little bit more practice, but we're going to step it up a notch. Okay. So let's start with the very first piece. So normally you would observe that area that you're wanting to refine, right? Some task, some goal, something that you do on a daily basis. You're sitting and observing that. This time I'm going to have you sit and observe it, but as you sit and observe it, your awareness is also going to be on your low back, the backside of the navel, known as the Meng Men. This has a transmuting effect. This has a purifying effect on whatever issue might arise there. So your awareness is on the situation and your Ming Men both at the same time, and observe. No, it's right now. So even with this, where you're just looking at a situation, you're observing it, and your awareness is on your Ming Men, you'll notice that it starts shifting. Like you'll watch it, and it's like it's not
like looking at a page of something. It's like there starts to be some sort of kind of movement. You're already starting to transmute whatever that loop is in the body that is tied to the dysregulation. Okay. So even this part, even this phase becomes very therapeutic. It's not just about directing it, but it now becomes a part of the therapeutic process. So continue to observe, and your awareness is on the Mingmen. Even for you, how did that feel?
I can feel something moving.
Yeah.
It does
So,
take a lot of energy to focus on the two.
yeah, it takes practice. I mean, we didn't start with that because it does take practice. But by observing whatever you're observing and your awareness is on the Ming Men, you'll transmute and you'll work through whatever the dysregulation is. It might take a while, but it's still you're working through it. So now you hold, let everything go. You hold the bottle to your chest, chin down, and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Okay. And then once you're done with that, you're being still. You're practicing body awareness. Okay. you've been practicing body awareness, you can do this one of two ways. First way, the easiest way, is then just move your awareness up to the area between your eyebrows. The second way, it's a little bit more difficult. You keep your awareness on the body where you were focused, and you move your awareness to the area between your eyebrows. So whichever one you choose, your awareness is between your eyebrows no matter what. You're just choosing with body or without awareness on the body. You can inhale the oil if you'd like. Okay. So the first thing we did is you observe the task, you observe what you're trying to do or what you've been doing, and you're observing it with your awareness on the Ming Men, which is the low back. This has a transmuting effect. It helps to purify. Plus, a lot of times when we're looking at these tasks, we're very left brain, not very much right brain. By putting your awareness on the Ming Men and observing, the observation starts to open up the right side of the brain, right? But putting your awareness on the Ming Men balances out the brain significantly. So you're using intellect and intuition in whatever the task is, right? So that's one. Then you go through and you do the materialization breath. You're expressing, right? You're going beyond the senses and you're going down one of these avenues, right? So you're opening up the pathway, you're opening up the avenue for a deeper or better expression, right? Then you are done with that, and then you're observing your body, right? So if something was to arise, right? If something is to arise, at that point, you're listening and you're processing it in the moment. So if you had some difficult, like Teresa had a good example where like she feels like the pattern's released, but then when she goes through and she does the materialization, it's like that person pops up again. You still are going back to the body to release that, right? Now, the idea of putting your awareness between the eyebrows, what you're doing there is this center, the ajna. One of the things that you could say about it, especially when it comes to light, is it's about containment, right? It's about containment. And what you're containing here is your emotions and your thoughts. When we go to materialize and we hit this dysregulated spot, we kind of do an internal like, but what about this? But what about that? This happened, that happened. Hypothetical things might happen. We go to like a little bit of a panic state or a little bit of a crazy place, right? So the ajna comes in and goes, contain the emotions and direct them, contain the mind and direct them, right? So as you go through and you do this process, you process the emotional component, and then you go to containment. Like containment means like you're focusing your energies, you're focusing your mind, you're focusing your emotion, you're focusing your neurology for the task, for the goal. You're not thinking of the past, you're not thinking of that person, you're not thinking of that past event. You're just keep fine tuning task at hand, task at hand, task at hand. And really, what you're doing is you're mustering all your resources and you're directing it to where it needs to go rather than where it goes because of the past. It's like you're pulling in these pieces of your emotions and you're pulling in these pieces of your mind and you're going, okay, everybody, let's get together. We're going to have a meeting. Now focus, right? That is the ajna. Now, if you did it before, it would have an effect, but it's like you want to do it like after the materialization breath, right? Because then you've engaged the potential dysregulation or the areas that you're trying to refine, and the emotions, the mind, the neurology gets stirred a little bit, and then you keep bringing it back to where it needs to be. Basically, you're training your nervous system, you're training your emotions, you're training your mind to be able to focus on the task at hand. Not what that person said, not what that person did, not that past event. Keeps getting focused and focused. So let's go through and do it again, and then we're going to talk it out a little bit. Okay, so again, one of your tasks, one of the things that you do could be a goal, whatever it is. You're observing the situation, your awareness is on the low back area, the backside of the navel, the Mingmen. You're letting it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down, 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And then when you're done, be still, be aware of your body. And your awareness is between your eyebrows, with or without your awareness on the body. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. You can inhale the oil if you'd like. And then pause and let go. How did that feel compared to the first time?
Like it's going deeper.
But does your emotions and mind feel a little bit more?
From the first time.
Yeah.
When you were describing it, it's like that's exactly what it felt.
Yeah.
And then the second time even more so.
Even deeper. Okay. Let's talk this out. Let's share experiences and talk it out a little bit. And then we'll practice just a little bit more. Gonna mute yourself or type in. Like Samantha's experience, like I won't go into a lot of detail. But like, so she was doing the materialization process, like before we started doing the Ming Men and the Ajna, right? And it would stir emotions, right? In even in areas that she did well, it would still stir emotions because of things when she was young, right? And so then we go through and we do the process, and between the Ming Men, which starts transmuting the pattern almost immediately, and then when you do the materialization process, and then the emotions start to scatter a little bit, and the mind starts to scatter and go, but what about this, and what about this, and what if this, and oh, this is going to hurt, or I'm going to suck, or, whatever it is. And the ajna contains it and focuses, like you could say, the thought energy and the emotional energy, and focuses it on the task at hand rather than those triggers, right? So just that was like calming to you, and it felt like it was going deeper and it was more focused. And if you think about it, this is the area that regulates your thoughts and your emotions. That's another way of saying containment. So like when you're in this situation and you go like, like it stirs something, or I don't even know what it is. You don't have to figure it out. Just start containing the emotions, containing the mind, and focusing them on the task. You'll work through whatever it is. You don't have to figure it out.
Well, and when we started, I wasn't sure if the Ming Ming part would actually I don't want to say make it worse, but a lot of times whenever I do get dysregulated, my Ming Ming overactivates, right?
True.
And so it was very interesting to see with the body awareness and the Ming Ming, or it was body awareness and Ming Ming, right? That I was able to even, like, it was hard to keep my attention on both, but it didn't feel like I was getting out of control or anything like that. But it was when we started doing that ashna that I was like, oh, like I felt strengthened, I felt quieter, yeah.
And like more
Way more focus. Yeah, I mean, focus. Yeah, like able to like keep my awareness in that one spot. Yeah. I think I need more practice though, but I think that's why we're here.
So shares and questions. Let's go ahead and fire away.
Go ahead, Denise.
Hey.
I would agree completely with Samantha. I don't know if I was really, really successful with like holding my neck and, holding the body part right away. But if I did things real simple, it was very calming, very calming. And I could go deeper. And I know with just a little time, I could do both.
It's
baby steps.
Yeah, it's something like you said, baby steps. Like we talked about both, but a lot of times you're just going to do body awareness and then go to the ajna. And even in that first part where you observe and then you could go to the Ming Men, you could do it both ways until you get used to it. It takes a little while.
But I think that's great. I think you cut through some, because otherwise, when those emotions come up, you kind of get swept up with those.
Oh, totally.
This is excellent.
Totally.
Thank you.
That's the thing is, internally we can calm ourselves down, but then when it comes back to like, okay, got to get back up on the monkey bars, got to get up there and do it, and everybody's watching, and da da da, like all these things start going through your head. What if I fall again? What if I get hurt? Da da da. We start going through all those scenarios, and it's really just our mind shooting out a bunch of things that it's trying to predict. So by containing it, like you're calming the mind down, and then you're starting to give it the task. So instead of it trying to predict all of those things, go do that, predict that. That's what I want you to focus on. Where at first it's scrambling, trying to figure out all the different things that potentially could be there, and then we're reacting to all the different scenarios that it's coming up with. Yeah.
Thank you. I think this is going to be very helpful. Very
Good.
Very helpful. Thank you.
And we're going to keep taking it deeper and deeper over the next couple months. So,
good.
like, little bits at a time, we keep visiting in different areas, and it'll keep getting deeper.
Thank you.
Someone put a little emoji of us sleeping. Wait.
Well, let's do it another time or two. So again, you're observing your situation. You can just observe it and then we'll do the Ming Men. Or if you feel you can do both, then do both. So observe your situation. And if you're not on your low back already, your awareness is on your low back. And then let that go. Bottle to your chest, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. You're practicing body awareness. You're listening to your body. You do it. Your awareness is between your eyebrows. With or without your awareness on the body, but your awareness is between the eyebrows. And then pause and be still. Just be still. Let things incubate a moment. Okay. How's that for you? Anybody have a share or a question you'd like to ask?
I feel like I just went right into a meditation,
Mm,
like
very
after
good.
the letting go.
Yeah, very good. And it keeps getting deeper and deeper and more refined.
I feel like it's clearing something on my solar plexus or calming it down or something to, I don't know. It just like, there's just this ease in that area, like less. So,
If you think about it, like think about how we talk about like when we do body listening, you focus on an area and it begins to shift, it begins to expand. You're releasing something, you're listening to something, you're moving through something. So that idea is concentration, and then you're shifting to awareness, which is more of the innovative part of the mind, the intuitive part of the mind, the problem solving part of the mind. You have to be able to take in the information to resolve that, right? So here you're trying to express, right? You're going through some avenue, some lane where you're trying to produce a kind of result in a situation. You're trying to express in this area. And so at first we feel all kind of scattered, right? With expansion, at some point, if it's not contained, it becomes chaos because it's like expanded and we have all these reactions. So then with the ajna, we bring it all in and we contain the emotions. We contain the mind and we contain the nervous system. We focus it on this area, right? Then, as we focus on the area, what does that focus produce? It produces a greater level of awareness specific to that area. We start working through the problem specifically in the area, right? It's like as you bring it down, it's not like it's the end. It then starts the process, but specifically to what we're trying to address. You know, you're still working the same mechanisms. It's just, it's a different dynamic, if that makes sense. So shares or questions or
yeah, go ahead, Lavanya.
hey.
So when I was focusing on the third eye, I feel like for my brain probably might be working overactive or some other weird situation. But I noticed like some thoughts pop into the head, like statements. And then one such is that the first time we did it, it was I'm falling short. I'm actually sitting in the middle of chaos that I need to work
Mm-hmm.
on, like in the backyard or sitting in the backyard looking at the
Mm-hmm.
things I need to do I haven't done. So they are right in front of me staring. So, and that's one statement. And the second time I did it like, oh, like somebody or something, or they don't care, or I like whatever I do, it doesn't matter, or whatever I say, it doesn't matter, or something like that. And then in the end, when we were concluding, so the awareness is like the situation, the things I got to do. So I was thinking that. And then we practiced awareness. And then the body awareness told me you have to focus on the right side of the stomach or something. So I was focusing on that. And then we were focusing on the third eye. That's when the statements were popping up. And then at the end, I felt like sometimes how the sensation is when you feel like you need to burp, but you can't burp, and there is that empty rumbling feeling inside, and that's what felt like in the middle of the chest, like something was needed to bubble up or something in the high heart or some
Mm-hmm.
area. So I don't know what that is. I thought I'll ask.
Yeah, you're probably processing through something. You know, that's part of the focusing is, you know, whatever is the dysregulation then is getting processed. So even the thoughts that arise, you know, you can observe them, but it's you're processing through the dysregulation. So I would still just stay focused. And, if it's something that comes up where you have to spend more time doing body awareness, you could do that, or you keep doing the process and it will just keep chipping away at what the issue is.
Okay. So in the end, when that sensation came up in the high heart area or like in the chest area,
Probably something coming out, like being processed.
and
Yeah.
do I still maintain my focus between third eye and the stomach area, or should I shift my focus to the chest area?
No, I would just keep riding it out.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, just stay with it. Doesn't mean you couldn't revisit later, but at the moment, like whatever is making that gurgle up, just stay on it.
Okay. Okay. And the emotions too, right? Like sometimes
Yes.
I notice the lower emotions, I can feel them
Yeah.
in my face
Yeah,
area.
just observe them.
Observe
Yeah.
them.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
You're so welcome.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey.
Hi. That was really cool. I focused on the same person the 2 cycles, and by the time I got to the second one, they're really very transparent. It's just kind of fading away.
Good.
Yay. Yeah, I know. And it was interesting. The body area was the back of the occiput, and as I was focusing on it, between the ajna and the occiput, like I literally could feel myself falling asleep in my own hand. I was holding my head up.
Right.
I'm like, yes, thank you. It's so liberating to not have to think of the story or
Yeah,
connect to
no
it.
joke.
Jeez.
Yeah, no joke.
It's like, okay, we got rid of the mud.
Yeah,
So thank you.
good. That was a good session. Okay. So how about we'll take a 15-minute break and then we'll come back and we'll talk about lower emotions. Just a simplified approach to lower emotions. So I'll see you at 20 after. Hey, everybody. Let's come on back. We're on segment 5, which is the bottom of page 4. So here we're dealing with lower emotions. And basically, we want to process our instincts, our emotions, and even mentally process things. And so here we're looking at oils that are good for that, as well as the pattern itself, which is the 3 brain pattern. The sex chakra is the root brain, and then it is transmuted by the Ming Men, right? So this combination helps to process things in the body instinctively, like your instinctual responses. Then you have the front solar plexus and the back heart. And here, this is where we process things emotionally, right? At least in the energy body. Then we go to the brain and the crown, and this is where we process things mentally. So this combination of the instincts, the emotions, and the mind are all compiled into this one process. So by going through and doing this, whatever things that might arise up, whatever emotions that might rise up, our instinctive responses, by doing this on a repetitive way, this will help us to process things. When we have difficulties, when we enter into a state of dysregulation, things are not being processed. They're stagnant. They're in a repetitive loop. So we want to be able to process and move through these things. So with that, there's a list of oils: Melissa, Roman chamomile, frankincense vital, ginger lily, kava kava, rose, tuberose, lemongrass, marjoram, Cape chamomile, clary sage, neroli, lavender, benzoin, vetiver, ginger, tarragon, cypriol, Siberian fir, helichrysum, St. John's wort, as well as emotional release, emotional elevation, astral projection, and allay. And for the kit for purchase, we're using allay. So one of the things you can do is you can just go through and do the process, or you can sit and contemplate, like how we did in that last process, where you look at a situation, you observe it, and then you go through the process. So first we'll do it without that, and then the second time through, we'll sit and observe some situation and then specifically process through that. This should bring up a level or degree of peace and stillness. Okay, so you're inhaling whatever oil you're using, your awareness is on the sex chakra, where the sex organs are. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Now, move your awareness to the low back, the backside of the navel, known as the Mingmen. Front solar. Your awareness is on your front solar, below your ribs, on your upper abdomen. You're on the front solar. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the back heart, that area between the shoulder blades. Your awareness is on your brain. Your awareness is on the brain. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your crown. Your awareness is on your crown. And pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Okay, so now we're going to look at a situation. Doesn't have to be bad because we're still just wanting to get the juices flowing about processing. We want to diminish dysregulation in a different way. So look at some situation, some scenario. It could have been things that we did in the last segment. If you had something arise, a thought, a feeling, then observe it. And you're just observing it. Okay, you're letting it go. Your awareness is on the sex chakra. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your low back, the backside of your navel. Your awareness is on the front solar plexus, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Your back heart, that area between your shoulder blades. Your awareness is on the brain. Your awareness is on the crown. And then pause and let go. How'd that feel? I'm going to do a reenactment with Samantha. I was like, when it was down, she was going, I was like, how'd that make you feel? She was completely awesome. So let's go ahead and share experiences, ask questions. You can unmute yourself, type in. But basically, we want to, anytime we have emotions or thoughts that are repetitive or bothering us, intense, it's because they haven't been processed. And by going through and doing this on a regular basis, you're opening up the pathways to process things so that when something does arise, it just moves through like clouds passing in the sky. That's what we want. It's not that we suppress everything and we don't have negative emotions or negative thoughts arise. They're going to happen. It's tied to our instincts. But when they arise, that they just pass through and they don't get stuck in something. So let's go ahead and share questions, unmute, type in.
Go ahead, Teresa.
Hey, hey.
Myself, sorry, looking for the unmute button. That was really soothing. And
Yeah.
I'm curious because I don't usually use Cypriel.
Mhm.
And can you talk about that a little bit?
Yeah, Cypriol is kind of in the vein of like spikenard and vetiver.
Okay.
Very, very good for calming agitation in the digestive system, but it's one of the best oils for increasing or improving vagal tone in the body, like by itself. You know,
Okay.
even in the vagal tone blend, I mean, a big piece of it is cypriol. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So it's very nice for any of those things that you just need to calm down, soothe, you know.
Hmm.
Yeah.
So does it come from a tree?
You know, I have to look that up. I can't remember. I want to say it's a grass, but
Okay.
let me look up here. It looks like a little bush.
Okay.
The roots are the part that gets used. So
Okay.
it's the root of the plant. And so, you know, you could use it for like things like depression. You could use it for like processing emotions, like even sadness and grief, things like that. You could use it for
Mhm.
that.
Okay, that's great.
Yeah.
It's very nice.
Yeah, it's super soothing. It's not the easiest thing to find. Like, so
Yeah.
sometimes I have it in small amounts, but I found a good source that I'm happy with, and I got a kilo. So, you know,
Fantastic.
yeah.
Well, thanks for the introduction of a new oil.
Yeah. It's been around in some of the blends for a while. I don't talk about it very much.
Mm.
Yeah.
Very cool. Thanks, Greg.
You're so welcome. I think everybody's quiet otherwise, yeah. Um, yeah. How about we take one more break and we'll come back in 15 minutes and we'll do the last little process. It'll be a nice, gentle, easy process. So I'll see you at a quarter after. Hey, everybody. So this last little piece is about putting the body in a regenerative state or stabilizing intelligence. So different oils. You have choices between Ravensara, Schisandra, Melissa, Poplar, Blue Lotus, Holy Basil, Black Cumin, Cistus, Helichrysum, Rosemary Verbenan, Galbanum Cypress, Roman Chamomile, White Lotus. Oh, these two aren't in any.
What's that?
These two blends aren't in anything. So
Oh,
ESI and Stabilizing Intelligence, they're in another class that hasn't been presented. And what did we?
and then the actual oil for this practice, I have Cistus, I think. Yes, it's Cistus Rollerball.
Okay, so in the kit for purchase, it's Cistus. So this increases your ability to adapt. It increases your ability to regenerate. You know, if you think about what's happening when we break out of loops and we complete a cycle and we go into a restorative phase, another way of saying that is regeneration, neurological regeneration. Neurological regeneration is the re-education of the nervous system. It doesn't mean new nerves grow. It means that they start firing more appropriately, right? So here we're going to utilize the materialization breath again, and then we're going to follow it with something a little bit different. So you're going to put the bottle to your chest, chin down, and do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. Do them at your own pace. And when you're done, pause and be still. Now the next part of this, you do the materialization breath, then you go through and you do the organs of blood purification. So your awareness is on your lungs, and you're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the liver, right hand side of your body below the ribs. And then you're moving to the gallbladder. So you're going to your middle line, the center of your body, 2 inches to your right, below the ribs. So center line, 2 inches to your right, below the ribs. This will directly impact the gallbladder. Your kidneys? Your awareness is on your kidneys? And then the spleen on the left hand side of the body below the ribs. And then pause and let go. Now, what is this doing? So when we talk about, like we were talking about the materialization breath, like you're working through dysregulation to open up an avenue of performance or expression, something along that lines to achieve some goal, overcome some obstacle, and even the idea of processing emotions. Part of what happens sometimes is we might get into a little bit of an agitated state, or we step out of um, a way of doing things where we step into something where it's new and it might be a little scary and it might take some adjustment. And this component helps us to stabilize when things have been like weird or chaotic. So as you go through and you're trying to break through this dysregulation in an outward expression, you know, it's built into the process that it stabilizes pretty quickly. But if we've had a decade or 2 decades of like just being in that agitated state, we might not be in a place where stability happens quickly, right? And so if that's the case, right, think of it as just like you get easily stressed out or you get easily, worked up in some situation. It might not be across the board, but it might be in a particular area. This is a way to bring um like the stabilizing intelligence within the body, within the emotions and mind, to help refine the ability to stabilize even when you touch something that might make you feel a little chaotic, right? It's like, think of it as like a safety net. Like you go in, you start touching things, and it's like, it's agitating. If we don't have this stabilizing component, we could stay agitated for a while. And the processes have things that go through and stabilize us. But if we're already feeling a little unstable, right, we don't feel like our feet are completely beneath us. This will help stabilize those things, right? So it's referred to as stabilizing intelligence. And so it just helps you to adjust and adapt to the stresses that might present in any of these situations. And if you feel a little bit like I'm feeling a little unstable, this is always the go-to thing. Just do this, stabilize everything before you start to try to do anything else. Most times you're probably not going to need something like this. I would say for myself, it feels good to do. It feels like putting on a nice cozy blanket and curling up with like something nice and cozy. And it's just like, ah. So whenever you need that moment, this is the thing to do. I actually do this kind of often. It just helps the body not get into a stressed state. So we're going to go through and we're going to do it again. So whatever oil you're using, you're going to hold it to your chest, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths, do them at your own pace. And you're just being still. And that feels very well. Feels nice. You did, sister. You're just being still. Okay, again, bottle to your chest, chin down, do 8 or 9 of the materialization breaths. And when you're done, just pause and be still. Okay, your awareness is on your lungs. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the lungs. Your awareness is on your liver, right hand side below the ribs. Move to your center line, 2 inches to the right, below the ribs, your gallbladder area. Your kidneys, your awareness is on the kidneys.
Your awareness is on your spleen, on the left-hand side of your body below the ribs. And you're pausing and letting go. I think that's a nice way to end the day. On that feel. Nice. Your ajna is pulsing. Probably. So let's go ahead and open it up to shares and questions, comments. You can unmute yourself. You can type in.
Go ahead, Lavanya.
Hey.
Hey, so that was really nice. I used Raven Sarah, but I have been having a mild pain from the solar plexus to the right hip bone. It's been like on and off, but it's more consistent lately. And wondering if there is something I can do to kind of, I don't know.
So you feel it in the right hip.
No, right quadrant, like right hip, like right solar plexus, like rib cage, like right under the, like where area of the solar plexus chakra.
Oh, it's in the solar plexus.
No, from that area all the way to the hip bone, like a diagonal, the entire like
Okay.
triangle from all the way to the liver and then down.
You know, like there's this thing called joint relief.
Okay.
I would put it on the hip socket and I would put it on that area on the right hand side, like you said, that quadrant of the solar plexus. It could be that you have a little bit of a misalignment where the hip is elevated. So it will compress that area where the liver, but it also would impact that hip socket. So that will help take spasms out of the hip socket and that upper area where you're feeling it in the solar plexus. My guess is there's probably a little bit of some trigger point activity in the abdominal muscles in that area as
Okay.
well. And that actually can cause like radiating pain the way you're describing.
Okay. It
Yeah.
feels like it's inside, like something is off. Maybe it's me overthinking it, but something is, it's like I'm kind of very anxious or nervous about
Sure.
like pain in the liver or pain in the gallbladder or pain in the, pancreas or maybe abdomen, like small intestine. I don't know. And I've been
Yeah,
really
I mean that's always
resistant.
possible, but I'd start with the joint relief on the area. Put it on like an ointment and unwind
Okay.
it and then see where it goes.
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for
You're
today.
so welcome.
Really amazing practice, like really. I just like everything need to be re-listened and listened many, many times. But
Thank you.
You're
Yeah,
so welcome.
I definitely feel like I'm growing a lot. Thanks.
Good, good, good.
Yeah, somebody else shared. Great class. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Yeah, it was a good, like, solid. Every segment was solid.
Hmm. Yeah, starting yesterday with those health rays. That
Yeah,
was
that started off really solid. Everything was pretty solid. So a little bit of deeper dives into everything, and that's what it's always nice about these free classes on the weekend is we can do deeper dives. And next week we're doing the cardiovascular system, healing the cardiovascular system. So we're dealing with vagal tone and dysregulation specific to that area. And there's a lot of emotions that get generated in the cardiovascular system and stress response. And so we're going to do a 2.0, which is, I don't know that we've done a 2.0 for a free class, but we're doing it.
yeah. Yeah, that's
So
what I was
it's
gonna
going to
say.
be,
It's a free
yeah,
class, so.
yeah.
And if this is your first time taking the Healing the Cardiovascular System, you'll have access to the first recording and information as well.
Yeah. So join us if you can. Like it was out of all the different healing classes, it was one of the favorites.
Oh yeah, still like
Yeah.
people just love that kit.
Yeah. We still get emails for it all the time,
It's pretty cool.
and it's been a while since we taught it.
And then go ahead, Denise.
Hey,
Oh, I wanted to thank you so much. I really, I think this segment 6 is going to be really good for me.
yeah, isn't it nice? It's like stabilizing doesn't do it justice, but it's just very soothing.
And the whole class was wonderful, but this
Yeah.
one, I think, and I had bought that urinary stress blend, and I think my
Oh, yeah.
kidneys could really use that when I hit the,
Yeah.
you
Oh,
know.
yeah. Super good for
And next week sounds like a great class, so I'll look at that in the kit. And thank you and Sam and the whole group so much.
You're so welcome.
Yeah, I feel a little elevated.
Yeah, it's a great class.
Yeah.
It's a great weekend. Yeah. So Tuesday night we have the angelic journey, the angel journey. And then Wednesday night we're doing a deeper dive on body tension where we're going to do the neck, jaws, shoulders, arms. And so, last week it was very good. We did the breath and the torso and that whole bit. And so a little bit of a deeper dive on, different areas. So that's kind of what Wednesdays become. It's like deeper dives. So hopefully you can join us then. Take care, you guys.